All right. Well, hello, folks. I hope that you can hear me. I hope that we are here. And I hope that this is the start of a glorious week for you. Well, I'm going to be moving onwards and upwards. I'm getting some very strange recommendations here from YouTube. Anyway, let me stick a couple of sounds on and we will begin. Alright folks, hello and welcome to today's Code-a-thon. So if you read the description, you'll see that we have a technical breakthrough here to deal with. It's something that I think is quite exciting. It will delay the soft launch, but I don't think it will necessarily delay the overall launch, which was going to happen in about 2 weeks. So I'm going to run with this. And one of the things, I mean, the details about the soft launch are in the description. It's basically going to help us to do updates easily. But one of the other benefits of this soft launch is that I think we can, like, this is a node thing, obviously. You see these dependencies here? I think we might be able to get rid of these. It's true. I think we might. So I'm going to spend just a couple of minutes. I mean, this was a big long list originally. And those node things are just giant, you know. So what I'm going to do is copy this and I'm going to go to this thing that says I think I'll take dependencies out completely And you know what? Before I do that, I should probably do a commit, right? Alright. So I'm changing directory. I'm going to head into documents, research, that one. And I'm going to just say git add all, git commit now about, okay, basic DB thing working, and now okay, so we're going to do the unthinkable. We're going to take this out and we're going to see if we can possibly build one of these that has no dependencies. Which probably sounds kind of crazy, right? Anyway, I am going to do the unthinkable. I'm going to take that out. And can you believe it? Yes. I'm even going to delete all of that bullshit. I don't know if it'll work or not. But I'm going to copy this. I'm going to hit delete. Okay. Now, what's the chances of this thing working? Keeping in mind we've now got an empty folder, no dependencies, and an empty package lock. What do you reckon the chances of this working are? Place your bets. Well, okay, so it says cannot find module MySQL. Now let me just try something. npm I. Here we go. Look at this bullshit. No longer supported, you know. It's been depreciated, blah blah blah. Request. Where the hell's that coming from? I don't know where it got that from, so allow me just a minute. I actually really don't know where it's getting that from. You know, these dependencies here. Okay. Alright, well forgive me folks, I really want to do something here that is going to be cool if it works. So I'm going to rename this And what I'm going to do is head to Electron, and I'm going to build just a complete bare bones app from the start. Hello to Symbian Eyes and Stefan, by the way. It's nice to see you folks here. Okay, so create a basic application. That is exactly what we want to do. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I want to open this thing in the terminal, and I want to make a directory. I'm going to call it Trongate. There it is. Now I'm going to change into that directory. Then I'm going to say npm install Electron. Cool. So if we ls, you can see that we've now got a few things in here. Let's go over to the text editors now. And we're going to open up this this one here. Okay, now here's our package.json. It just says we've got Electron. Here's our package lock. And look at all of the stuff. It's amazing, isn't it? Never even added anything yet. Anyway, back to these docs here. So we've done install Electron. It's saying now create the main script file. Now then it says create an index page, then do event listeners and blah 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 blah. Okay. I think I'm going to go through this. So we're going to go new file, main.js. You can follow along, by the way. It's basically an Electron installation I'm doing. Absolute bare bones and as basic as you get. Okay, so I'm just copying this from the user guide. Alright. So now I'm going to open up a new file. I think they're calling it index.html. In case you're wondering, this is just to see if it's possible to Okay, we're not going to bother with that. It says okay, so we're going to modify our package.json file so that it looks a wee bit like this, right? And to make life a little bit easier, I'm going to go into one that I made earlier. So this is the vibe. I'm going to copy that. Head in here. Now, I'm going to go like this. Okay. So I'm going to take this dependencies thing out completely. I'm going to save that. And then it says run npm start. So let's do that. Missing script start. Okay. Electron dot. This is a bit weird. There you go. So that's what we're looking for. So this is a basic Electron app here, and again the reason why I did all of that stuff was because you'll notice that we've got no dependencies here, and I'm going to try and keep the dependencies to a bare minimum this time. I had a lot of bullshit in the last version, so if I can keep that as low as possible or even empty, I will consider that a success story. So now that I've got the basic thing happening here, I'll keep this Electron page up. I'm going to need this for instances where they're not able to connect to the web, you know. But I'm going to go into the original Tongate app that I've been working on over the weekend. And I'm going to open this thing up. I'm now going to copy this. Head back here. Now I'm going to make up a new folder, which I'm just going to do underscore. I think I'll just call it junk actually. And I'm going to have another file here. Inside junk, that is. Just a text file, and we'll paste that in. Okay, so this is pretty much the work that I did over the weekend, and what I want to do is just carefully pardon me, okay, I'm basically just going to bring it to life, you know. So we'll have a folder a new folder. It's going to be called TG Modules. And TG Modules is going to contain a new file called dbmanager.js. Okay, now here's our script here, and this is our junk script. I'm going to take a few of these things across. So I'm quite happy to have our API URL in there. You can even declare it right at the top if you want, but it doesn't matter. We'll chuck it here. Now this stuff we'll deal with in a minute. We're going to go like this. Okay, so open the DevTools is true, show HTTP feedback is going to be true as well. And then we're going to have a monitor width and a monitor height. These will be variables. I wonder if I should start using let and get away from this var bullshit. Will we try it for a wee bit of fun? Nah. Maybe. Okay, now that should not break anything. Thing still loads, everything is good. Alright. So here's what we are gonna do. I'm gonna copy this, and we're gonna take this app when ready. Now that's the one that comes with a user guide. I'm taking it out. By the way, if anybody knows the difference between var and let, please type it in the comments, because I just don't know. I've looked it up and I cannot find anybody who can give me a decent explanation. So if you happen to know, let's just keep this on var actually. I won't do anything clever. Alright, so here we go. Okay, so it's saying electron is not defined. Now here is something that I don't understand. I really don't understand this, what I'm about to show you, right? At the top, right. What this, see this structure here, right? Do you know what this structure does? It takes an object and it immediately creates constants out of the object. That's what that's doing there, you know? And aha! I've just realised something. See how that's going, you know, geez, why did I not get that before? Right, I think I've got it. So do you see how that... Right, let me make sure I'm on the screen here. Right, see this here? This was always a weakness. I was always confused, and I used to put electron up here and I'd get error messages and I never knew why. But I've just realised what it is. These are referring to properties of the electron thing. This is referring to the electron thing as a whole. And if you go down there, it says electron.screen. So check this out. If I've understood this right, I should be able to go like this. See on the thing up here? I'm going to do a little comma and I'm going to just say screen. And then I'm just going to say screen dot get primary display. And there you go, looks okay. So that worked. One of life's little mysteries now solved, right? Okay, so that is looking fantastic. I'm going to just put down the monitor height. It's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. Let's try the monitor width just so that we can say we tried it. Perfect. So this is all going to come together really, really quickly now. We're going to call upon a thing called load first window. Let's find load first window. Here it is. Now actually, I've just realised something. Before we even load the first window, we should probably check and make sure that we've got an internet connection. So okay. So what I'm saying here is, when we start up, instead of saying load first window, I'm going to make sure that the internet connection is good, you know. So electron check internet connection. Okay, it looks like the only way that you can detect if somebody is online or not is by opening up a window. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to say you know what? I don't need to check the connection. I have other ways of checking the connection. Right, I'll tell you what we'll do. Maybe we do need a thing that checks the internet connection, so yeah, I think we will actually. Okay, let's just do that. So what we'll do then is we are going to say when main.js appears, we are going to call upon load intro page. So let's just do that, right? So load intro page. Okay, in order for this to happen, I'm going to go back to my original app here, and this would be it. Dot open. Right. So here's how this goes. Right, we're going to copy this. We're going to say function load intro page. I'll paste that in here. Let's just bring it in a wee bit. Okay. Pardon me. Alright, so we're saying here, I'm going to just say intro window is new browser window. I'm going to say that the index file is that. And then we're going to load up all of this stuff here. Okay, And this is all to do with should we show menus and things of that nature, you know. Now, I think I will call it small window. There's really no reason why not. So here we go. Small window is that. And then we load it up. In fact, why am I being an idiot? Why am I being an idiot? Let's just copy this thing. Okay. So here we go. I'll just call it create window. All right. Now, we have a monitor width, and we have a monitor height. Well, let's just do something like that. Okay, so what this is doing is it's calculating the screen dimensions and then doing a whole load of stuff here. Well, I suppose we could. So let's bring in the screen manager. Okay, I'm going to copy this. And let's just bring this to life, right? So I'm saying const screen is require electron, and we're saying calculate screen dimensions. Now, I am going to chuck in console.log screen type is, and let's just run this thing. Okay, reference monitor's not defined on main.js 25. Okay, so okay, let's copy this. Let's go back, run this. Come on. Well, it's not doing anything just now, but let's console.log monitor width. Alright, so we've got that. Now, we're going to go like this. So we've made these monitor width and monitor heights available everywhere, so I don't even need this. Instead, we can go like this, and I'm just going to console.log monitor height, a little return statement. Return is kind of like JavaScript's version of the die statement, you know. Now I'm going to just say, whoops, let me switch this off. Alright, so I'm going to say console.log we got, and I'm just going to say screen dimensions and then return. Okay, screen manager is not defined. Well, that's easily fixed. There you go. Now, over the bit that says we've got, I'll do a little JSON.stringify on those all important screen dimensions. Cool. And then let's take away this return. Oh, by the way, it says screen type is small, so I'm going to go to this screen manager here. Now, if you look at this, we've only got X small and small as options. They are the only options that we have. So there you go. Okay, we're going to save, run this, looks good, and everything is nice and compact here, you know. For some reason, I can't really get JavaScript to look nice, but at least it's compact, you know. In fact, shall we have a little smug indentation? Yes, we shall. So here it's doing all of the things that it wants to do, and eventually it's going to load up an index file, and the index file is either blue screen XS or blue screen. So let's take this index out. So I'm going to delete that file, and in its place I'm going to put down bluescreen.html. And yes, let's reuse the one that we had before. Okay. Now, Okay. So if I run this thing, you'll see that nothing happens. Okay, I'm going to just say console.log, now loading page. It says here OS is not defined, so I will need to declare the OS. It helps with icons and things like that, you know, as a desktop app, right? So let's chuck that in. It says there that context menu is not defined. So let's go to the original one. Okay, so what's happening here is on ready, app on ready, we create tray and we create window. So let's go here. So we're going to say create tray and create window. Create tray is going to live here. Okay, now it says native image is not defined. And as you can see, if we go upstairs here, whoops, const, let's just chuck all of this stuff in here. I don't think we need shell, so let me just do screen, and there we go. So all of that stuff is require electron. That's all the things that we are loading up now. So context menu is not defined on main.js 43. So here's line 43. Okay. So we're going to go back to this one now. And I'm going to look for context menu equals now. Isn't this interesting? Because what this is, it looks a bit strange, but this is declaring a context menu as the page loads up. Strictly speaking, it belongs up here. And there is our page in all of its heavenly glory. Now, I'm going to make this blue window. Or this blue screen. Let me take out open the dev tools as false, we'll make it. Okay. Okay, so what I think we'll do then is, I don't know if I like the blue window for that. So I'm going to go back to the original one and let me copy this. Okay, so create window is there, and let me just look at this one. Okay, we're going to have a wee look at the screen manager. Okay, so the screen manager looks pretty straightforward here. Let's just go like that. Now back over to main.js. Okay. So okay. So I'm going to say if the monitor height is less than that, then that's the file we're going to load. And to avoid confusion, I am going to call it about window. Okay. So we're now going to make our about.html page. If we now run this, okay, so now it's saying index file is not defined on main here. And let's just say index file. There you go. Okay. So, let's get this about thing actually working in a meaningful way so that it looks kind of nice, right? So I'm going to copy the code that we've got here for the old one. And I'm just going to paste it in. Now, by the way, I'm seeing a wee bit of IPC renderer bullshit. Let me take all of that out for the moment. I'm sure I'll bring it back in a minute or two, but not right now. Right now, we're just going to focus on making the page look nice. Okay, cool. Now you can see that this about page is looking for images. It's also looking for I think we've got a font as well. Yep, so we're looking for images, we're looking for fonts, okay? So let's go here. And here's our new vibe, right? So I'm going to go into the old one. And here's our fonts. I'm going to paste that in. Here's our images. I'm going to paste that in. Now, there's our page loading up, and it kind of looks okay, I suppose, you know. So okay, you see this icon here, this blue icon? I may not keep that. I might change that in the future. So for that reason, I'm going to take this out. And I think that looks a whole lot better, you know. Now where it says loading here, I'm just going to have a div with a little bit of lorem right now. Okay, cool. And I do have a wee bit of thing. Well, let's just continue. Hold on a minute. I'm going to go to the screen manager. This will not be a huge page at all. So I'm just going to say that the screen height is going to be 400. This is going to be a really, really small page. Okay, and let's bring it right in. 600 maybe. Okay, now on this about thing. I'm going to search for height. There you go. That's good. So, back over to the documentation. See the way that this says online? That's good. So let's go up here. And we're going to just say, let's do a little H1 and just say online. Or an H2 that was. Okay, let's sort out the H2. Okay, now let's give this H2 actually I'll do a little paragraph here. There you go. That's good. So with this H2, we're going to say color is lime. Right. So here I'm going to say, please make sure you have PHP running as well as your database. That's pretty good. Please make sure you have PHP running on your computer as well as your database. Okay. So here, I'm going to just say style is color lime here. We'll go like that. Take it out here. Okay, cool. It's funny how just something as obvious as you are can ruin it. You know what I mean? Isn't it the strangest thing, that? Please make sure you have PHP running on your computer. Your database, that makes sense. Okay. Good. So please make sure you have PHP running on your computer as well as your database. Right. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a wee bit of work on this button. As you can see, we do have the power to change the button. If I say something like 0.6M, 1M, it'll make it a wee bit wider. And then I'm going to just say hover, cursor. Why did that not work? Ah, that's the one. Okay, good. Now I'm going to try a wee experiment here. So that's our button color, but I wonder if we can just tone it down a wee bit. So it's just not quite as aggressive, you know. I think that'll look a wee bit better. Holy moly, I think I ruined it. That's cool. So please make sure you have PHP running on your computer as well as your database. And when we hover over it, we don't need to do anything fancy at all there actually. So let's have a wee look at the button though. Okay, so let's just say button, hover, background color, all right, we're going to say text transform uppercase. Now I do like this font family here, whatever it is. Whatever that is, I like it. I think it's Courier New, so let me add that onto the button as well. That's pretty cool. And on the button, we're going to say border. Now I just do these crazy colours so that I can see that it is taking effect, you know. And that's pretty good. Okay, so the colour that we'd really want is probably something like that. That's cool. Now we're going to bring this colour down. There you go. And when we hover over it, the colour is going to go black. It's barely noticeable. But I noticed, you know. Now, one of the wee tips of the trade, if you want to really have people think that you're a genius, is make your logo really small. I'm probably not going to do it in this case though, because that text doesn't really work too good when it's small. But just keep it in mind. And I think that that's a fine page. So now I'm going to do a little commit here. And I'm just going to say git add all git commit working on intro page. Oh, you know something? I don't think I've done a git init here. Okay, so git add there we go. Alright, so we've got a nice looking little page here. It doesn't do too much, but what I'm going to do now is basically I'm going to strip it down and then bring it to life, you know. So what that means is I'm taking all of that stuff out. We're going to go to our junk thing here. Paste in here for the moment. Now of course, if we've just taken out all of the styling, this page is going to look completely garbage. As you can see. So it's time to bring it back to life again. I'm going to say style. And I'm going to go through each of the class things here one by one. So here's a class of logo. So I'm just going to look for logo. And there is logo. And this one loads up a font, as you can see here. So we're going to go like this. Going to go like this. Okay, now it's loading up a font called Space Age. So we'll head into our folder here. So in our fonts, I'm going to take this out. And I'm going to take this out. So everything is nice and compact, you know. I don't want a single file on here unless we really, really need it. Now let's go back to our thing again. As we look at this, we've got a class. Now obviously we've got a page body as well. So let's look up, and sure enough, we do have some definitions for the page body here. Okay, and it's loading up a thing called triangles BG. So what I'm going to do now is head into images here, and anything that is not triangles BG, that is of course triangles bg.jpg. So there it is there. So anything that is not that is going to get deleted. Okay. So there's our page there, and as you can see, it's kind of starting to come to life, I think, you know. So that's our body, that's our logo. What else can we say? We've got a thing that says info in VNum. I think I'm going to get rid of that. Well, maybe not. Let's just bring it back for a minute. Okay. So we'll figure out the VNum thing and this info thing and the text thing. So here we go. So here's VNum, info, and text. Okay. Nice. Okay. Now what else have we got? VNum, info, text. We've got an H2, a paragraph, and a button. Well, here's the button. Okay. Let's bring in the other bits and pieces. So here's our H2 and our paragraph here. There you go. Okay. So, I just thought of something. Why am I even staying online? Yeah, that's kind of cool. Okay. So, I'm going to say V1 point. It's just a test number. Okay, cool. I'm going to make this window a tiny wee bit higher. That's good. Okay. Let's change this message a wee bit. Let's say please make sure you have PHP and your database running on your computer. That's good. So let's take this out, and we're going to just say text align center. PHP and your database up and running. Please make sure you have PHP and your database up and running. Okay, that's fine. That's pretty fine. Now that I look at it though, now that I look at this, you know what? Fuck it, that'll do it. I think I'm done looking at this thing. So let's just leave it at that as far as the design goes, right? So we've got an image, we've got a wee bit of style in here, nothing special. We've got a font, and that is pretty much it. The only other thing though is on main.js, you'll see that we've got a background color here, which I'm now just going to change to pure black. So that's the first thing people are going to see, right? Now, the business of getting the version number is something that should be taken seriously. On the other hand, On the other hand, maybe not. Maybe we should just say what's the infinity logo? I mean, even if I'm wrong with that, it gives people an idea about where we stand and that we're serious about doing things differently, you know? I love doing stuff like that. This is what's called a declaration of intent, you know? Although some might call it a declaration of war. But it's a declaration of intent, you know? Okay, please make sure you have PHP in your database up and running. Okay, that's awesome. I like that. What a beautiful way to start an app. Alright, nice. Now, that is the page. I think it looks perfect. I'm now gonna... We've got our V1 point infinity thing. Hello there, Ashinafi. Mamalino, thank you so much, Mamalino. Bless you for that. Let's hack. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. So this is our V1 point infinity desktop app here. So the next thing that we're going to do then is, now that we've got a reasonably nice looking page, we want to check that the thing is connected to the web, because if they're not connected, none of this will work, right? So here's what you do. We're going to add this. I'm just taking this straight from the documentation here. So it's a little bit of script action. And we'll just paste that stuff in. Okay. Let's now go like that. And as you can see, it says online. I'm going to cut my connection for 2 seconds. There'll be a pause in the live stream, but I am going to be back in about half a minute. It's just so that I can test this with the offline message. So hang on, I'll be right back. Alright, and we are back. So, I think that's us. I'm just going to make sure that you folks are here. Are we good? Yep. I hope we're here. Yep, that's us. Okay, so I was just testing and making sure that this thing was working offline as well. And just to prove that it does, there's our alert. It's right there. Okay. So we did get a message that says offline, you know. Now it's saying online. Okay. So that's kind of cool, that works. Let's do this one more time. There you go. So what we're going to do then is okay. I'm gonna say alert. No. Let's just call it proc offline, right? Now at the moment I'm going to say online because I want to test the thing, right? But when we're ready we just change it to say offline. So let's talk about this proc offline thing. So I'm going to just say function proc offline. Okay, we'll figure it out in a wee minute. But basically we have a vibe like this, and so the idea is let's figure out what we're going to do if this thing's a non-starter. And here's what I think we'll do, right? We'll take okay, I'm going to say ID is intro text, right? So we've now got this ID of intro text here. And what we'll do is if we happen to be offline, then I'm going to say var target element is document get element by ID. It's called intro text. I'm going to say target element dot inner HTML equals you are offline. Okay. Ah, so it's no even calling that. Alright, let's just go like this. And let's just go like this. Okay, so we'll take away this alert of yes, and I'm just gonna here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take the vnum here. Okay, so I'm gonna say var vnum element is document dot get element by id of vnum, and in that vnum element we're going to say that the inner HTML equals. Now we can add we can do things like that, I think. Yeah, we can, but let's see, is it going to work if we say span style? Let's just say color red. Okay. Offline, alright, well that looks a bit rubbish to me. Let's see if we can make this red a little bit more orangey, maybe. It's not quite happening, is it not? Okay, well, who cares? You know what? Who cares? Let's not worry about it. We'll go back to red. We'll say font weight bold. Maybe take away the exclamation mark. There's no need to shout. Okay, so I'm just going to say, please connect to the internet and try again. That's cool. That's good. Okay. So right. So here we go. Now I'm going to just say ID equals the button, right? There's my ID. And when we're offline, I'm going to say var the button is document get element by ID. And the ID, of course, is the button. Okay, and we can say something like the button. I'm just doing this to prove I've got control over it. So do you see how I changed the button so that it now says whatever? So that's not actually what we're going to do. What we're going to do is we're going to set attribute. So it's the button dot set attribute on click, and we're going to just say close the app. Okay, so here it is, it's loading up. Please connect to the internet and try again. We're going to click OK, and it's going to now close Strongate. So I'm going to do a little function here called close Strongate, and let's just do an alert that says close it, just to make sure it works. And as you can see, it says close it, right? So we now have to find a way of having this app talk to the main Node.js thing. Now, if you have a wee look at the documentation here. Hello there, Ed. It's nice to see you. Thank you very much, Stefan. I appreciate that. I hope you guys are okay this week. Okay. So, what we're doing here is we're adding in a thing called the IPC renderer. Okay, and we're going to go like this. We're going to copy this, and this is our closed Strongate thing, right? And let's look at the code that we've got from the documentation here, and I'll see if I can explain this. So it's just an HTML page, but because it's within the context of Node.js, it has access to a couple of special things. One of the special things it has access to is IPC renderer. This is a library that comes with Electron that enables this web page to talk to the main app, you know? And what this does here is it sends a message on a channel, and in fact this code here, we looked at this last week. In fact, let me just explain all of this, right? You can see the question mark and you can see the colon here. This is a clue, and it tells us that this is using a ternary operator, okay? And this line looks really confusing, but if you break it down, it's actually quite simple. You can see that we've got some kind of ternary operator in here, and we know from last week that ternary operators start with a condition, and there is the condition. Okay, so the condition is, well, let me just redo this. Do you see this part here? This is a function. In fact, let me just see if I can rewrite this and show you what I'm trying to do here, right? So, okay. Okay, so if you look at the documentation, ignore all of the bullshit up here, right? Basically the page loads and it immediately says update the online status. So immediately it's going to go here, right? Now update online status, and we've got this vibe here. This is just a modern way of adding a function. It's the same as saying something like online status is that. Okay, it's exactly the same. Right, that part. The only difference is they're using what's called double arrow functions, okay? Now in PHP, we don't normally say a variable is a function. This is something that's kind of a, I don't know if it's unique to JavaScript, but it's a JavaScript thing. So you can turn variables or you can turn functions into variables. And the reason why you might want to do something like that is, for example, let's assume that you're going to do something like, and we did this yesterday, suppose you're going to say something like set interval, right? And here's an interval that runs every second, and it's going to just console.log hello, right? Well, how do you stop the interval? Well, one way that you can stop the interval is you can say var my interval, give it a little name, and then you can say clear interval and pass in the name of the interval, you know. This is just one example of a situation where it's beneficial to give a name to some kind of function, you know. And again, when you look at this, just think to yourself that it's exactly the same. It's exactly and precisely the same, right? So back over to the docs here. What it's saying is, okay, let's do something with this function of ours. And what it does is it's going to run this function that is going to send. And inside this, it's sending on a certain channel, and it's going to send a message either online or offline. If the navigator is online, that's the thing that checks if we're online or offline, then it's going to send a message that says online. Otherwise, it's going to send a message that says offline. Let me show you what I mean. So if we go to the about page, I probably explained that quite badly. Right, so when we do this proc offline thing, we're sending a thing that says close Trongate. And when somebody closes Trongate, we can go like this. Okay, straight from the docs here. And so what are we doing? We're saying bring in this IPC renderer. We're saying let's update the online status. Now, you actually don't need to write it like that. If you wanted, you could write it like this. You could say something like we could just do that. Okay, totally simplified it. But all it's doing is it's sending a message on a channel. I could have called the channel anything I want, and the message it's going to send is offline. Now, let's just call this online status channel, just so that it has a meaningful name. And then over in main.js, we are going to pick this thing up and we're going to respond to it. So if you go back to the docs here, you can see that we've got a thing called IPC main that we need to include now, right, in our main file. So, well, there it is, I've already included it. So what we do is we copy this little line of code here, and this is just a thing that's listening to the online status channel. Okay, so it gets an event, it gets a message, and it does some stuff. Now we can just say Well, I'm happy to keep it called status. So main has just received an online status update. We are, and I'm adding on the status here, right? So there you go. So as we restart this, I'm going to click OK, and it says main has just received an update status. We are offline. So if the status is equivalent to offline, then we are going to just close the app. So we're going to run quit Trongate. I don't think I've added quit Trongate yet. Let me just confirm. Yep. So let's bring it in. There you go. So run about here. There it is. Maybe I'll chuck that down the bottom. It seems like a more appropriate place. So downstairs, maybe around about here. There you go. Okay. So here we go. This is what's going to happen when we're offline. I might make that thing capital letters now that I'm looking at it. I'd like to just see what that would look like. Okay, here we go. Offline, it's too aggressive, innit? Let's go all lowercase. It was good the way it was. Okay, anyway, when that appears, we're going to hit OK. And as you can see, it's closed the app there. Okay, there it is. Nice. So now, to activate this thing, all we have to do is we're going to add in this event listener here. Oh no, pardon me. Do you know what that is? That's an event listener that is... No, that's not right. It's going to be this. It's if navigator.online is not equal to online, then we're going to do this proc offline thing. Actually, let's do that. So if we are online, we're going to do some stuff. Otherwise, we're going to run that proc thing for offline. So, let's do an alert. Navigator.online. Undefined. Oh geez, have I missed something? Okay. Okay, give me just a wee second. I will be right back. All right. So I think I have to do this event listener way of doing things after all. So let me stick with that way of doing things. So it's going to be an event listener and okay, let's add in a little thing here. Howdy. Alright, so when that thing is working, we're not going to say howdy, of course. Ah, geez. Ah, right, okay. So the navigator online is true or false? I'm pretty sure of it. It's not called online and offline, it's called true or false. So I'm online, it's going to say true. Now forgive me, I have to disconnect for a second to confirm that. Okay, that's it. I apologise for cutting you off there. I don't think I'll need to do that again. When did I start coding? I don't know, it depends on what you call coding. If we count HTML, 1996. If we count PHP, 2003. Not as long as you'd think, you know. Okay. So if we're offline, we're going to run this proc offline thing. And that should do the job. Let me take this out. Alert. Okay. Forgive me, folks. Let me alert this navigator.online thing. True. Okay, so we are true. Okay. So Okay, I'm a wee bit messed up here, so just give me a second here. Let's just say alert navigator dot online. I just need to be really clear about this thing. It's confusing the hell out of me. Online, true. Offline, true. That is exactly what I don't need. Okay, so basically this is checking for a status change of some sort. And it's no that bad, you know. Maybe it's not such a bad idea. Because what we could potentially do then, I mean, there might be people who have a broken connection and then they connect. So let's change this to react or respond to status. So let's call this respond to status. Now, pardon me. Let's try this again. True. Oh, it's fucking bullshit, this. I think I'm going to need to copy the docs and admit that I'm just weak here. So let me just do this. Okay, respond to status. Okay. So if we think of it just in terms of a function, we could say if navigator online now hold on. Okay, I think what we do is we just say simply say if navigator online, then alert you are online, else alert you are offline. Okay. So let's take this thing out here. Let's just restart. I've got you. So I think it's listening for a... Is this listening for a change of status? Is that what this is? Or is that the vibe? Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay, well... Fuck. Alert. And now it's not even loading. Oh, I'm done with this. I fucking hate JavaScript. Jeez. Unexpected string on 96. Is that what it was? True. Okay. So, hey. True. Okay. Okay, so... That's cool. So I'm going to say respond to status. And it should immediately just say true. You are online. Perfect. Now I am going to have to change forcefully. Forgive me, folks. Okay. And we're back. I hope I'm still here. All right. Hello to Tim and the rest of the gang. Welcome back. So that turned out to be quite a good wee experiment there. What we've got, it would appear, is an event listener, you know. And this event listener is going to be called as soon as the page loads, but it's also going to listen out for changes. You know, second by second, you know. So this is now all working. I'm going to go like this. And we've got a thing here. If I just restart this, I don't think I need the thing anymore. Right, you are online. So we are indeed online and everything is beautiful. Now let's assume that we decided not to open this window here. Okay, so it's still saying you are online. That's nice. Now, okay. So we're going to do something really super cool here, folks. I'll stick some music on. This has been kind of a long journey, this stupid page, but we do get something cool out of it. What we get is we're going to have respond to online, which is going to say you are online. And then we've got to respond to offline. Now, I'm going to do a wee simulation vibe. And I'm going to show you how this is going to work. So there's respond to offline and there's respond to online, right? So let's restart. Everything looks normal, right? Now we're going to just imagine that the person has just been disconnected. Maybe after 3 seconds. Okay? And after 3 seconds, we're going to just say respond to offline. Okay? So that's what we're going to simulate here. So imagine somebody's connected. After 3 seconds, it's going to go. Oh, pardon me. So here we go. 3 seconds. 2, 3. Okay. Now, I'm going to improve upon this. Please click. Yeah. Alright, so we're just building on that message. Okay, 3 seconds. Please connect to the internet. Okay. Okay, here we go. Please connect to the internet. If that's not possible just now, then unfortunately you'll have to close the app and try again later. Okay. Now see the button here? The button is going to have inner HTML of close app. Let's rephrase it with quit. Okay, so they're going to get a page that's like this, and it's going to say please connect to the internet. If that's not possible just now, then unfortunately you'll have to quit and try again later. Now if they connect, then we're going to get this going. And what this is going to do, Yep. So here's what this one's going to do. If things are, if the person happens to be online, well, we're going to go like this. Var body is document get elements by tag name body. We're going to get the first one. I'm going to say var original page content is body.inner HTML. So we now have a memory or a reference of what this page originally looks like. Okay, here it is here, original page content. So if somebody says let's respond to online, what we can do is simply say body.innerHTML is that. Now to show you this thing working, I'm going to add another set timeout that's going to wait another, let's say 5 seconds, so 2 seconds more, and respond to online. And I'm going to just show you what this will look like. So make sure you've got your PHP database up and running. Here's our message. Now when they connect, it's going to go back, you know, which is kind of cool. I think I'll show you that again. So we'll take this up to 8 seconds, and we'll take this one up to, let's say 12, and then we'll take this one to 16. Okay, so what's going to happen is when it loads up, it will check your connection. If you lose your connection, it's going to do that. If you continue and everything's cool, you can do that. But if you lose the connection again, then that will get detected. Okay, so that is now pretty solid. Okay. Okay. And again, I'm just going to do this one more time, if I may. So if it's offline, we get that. Please connect to the internet. If that's not possible just now, then unfortunately you'll have to quit and try again later. That's perfect, right? But hopefully that will not happen. Hopefully everything will be just fine. And when everything is okay, they are going to have a button here that is going to say on click equals init let's say let's rock, init let's rock. Okay, so okay, so we're going to go function init let's rock, and we're going to be using this IPC renderer. Let's just chuck it up here. There's no reason to repeat that line, right? And we're simply going to say we can take this out, and we're just going to do that. Okay, so we're going to send this message when they click let's rock. So over on main.js, do you see how we've got this thing here? We're going to just say else console.log ready to rock. I mean, it's the only status that's going to come in, so that should be fine. So as you can see, it now says ready to rock. So when that happens, now finally we can call upon load first. Is it called load first window or load first page? In all the excitement, I can't even remember. It's called load first window, right? So back we go. It's load first window. That's what we're going to call. Okay, so that is us. That is how this app is going to start up. You're going to see that. You're going to say okay, and that's how it goes, you know. Now this is a good time to bring back our code from yesterday, actually from Saturday and Sunday. This is quite a lot of work that I did here, and we're going to look for the bit that says load first window. Here it is right here, okay? So I'm going to copy this and we're going to head down here, and you know, before I do that, I actually think that I should sort out this about bullshit. I don't like it being called that. So I'm going to do a wee bit of renaming, if I may, here. Let's just do that while the going is good. So these are what used to get called splash pages. Remember that? There's a phrase you've not heard for a while. Now, maybe I should just call it intro page. You know what? Let's do that. Let's call it intro.html, okay? So we're going to look for the bit here that says about.html. We're going to call it intro.html. I think we can take this out. Okay. Now, we've called it about window, which is a bit stupid. So let's rename it. Instead, it's going to be called intro window. And this bit here that says all of this bullshit is going to go. I'm going to look for the word about. I know it's here again, is it? Maybe not. Alright, so here we go. Create window. That's all looking good. Intro window. Intro. Load it. Load index file. Now, are we happy with that being called index file? I think I'll call it intro page. Now that should work. There it goes. Okay. Now on Screen Manager, we're going to take out this screen type thing. Alright. Okay, good. So now finally we are on the business, or we are in the business of loading up our first window. So here it is here. And I'm going to just do each of these things one by one. There may be errors for the first few minutes, but I think it's going to be fine. So what we'll do, this file is going to end up with about 1500 lines of code, and I'm just going to build downwards, you know. Now I can see straight away that it's calling a thing called open primary window, so let's just bring that in. And we're going to run that. We will have errors, but that's okay. The name of the game is just minimalist stuff. So it's saying here that request manager is not defined, okay? So let's have a look at TG modules. New file. Request manager.js. Alright. Now request manager.js. Okay, we obviously load it in at the top of our code. Something like something like this. Now here is our request manager, which is going to be empty at first. And as you can see, it sends submit post request is not a function. Now this is where I am going to slow everything down yet again, because this is loading in a module by the name of request. Request is a thing that comes from npm. Here it's here. And I don't like npm. I don't want to use npm, you know. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in the original request manager here. So it would be this thing here. And we have a thing here called submit post request and module.exports. Now I'm going to just copy the whole thing. Okay, we're going to paste in. And when we do that, it says cannot find module request, right? But I don't want the module request. I'm going to go to Electron, HTTP requests, because I think Electron has now got some built-in stuff. Not Electron, Node.js. Okay, so we're going to go like that. And there we go, right? Now, here's how to perform a post request using pure pure code, and it looks horrible. Wow, that's really, really horrible. Well, let's try it anyway. So let me rename that. Actually, no, we won't. Let's just go like that, and let's comment this out. And we're going to go upstairs here, paste in. Now that is something that comes with Node. And the host name, I'm just going to say HTTPS or HTTP. Yeah, why not do an S? Okay. So let me just say okay, console.log. I'm going to say response dot. I'll just take a gamble and say response.body, right? Now, I don't know what all of this right bullshit is. What the hell is that doing? It does not even tell you. Terrible. Okay, so that actually looks a wee bit like C code or something. See how it says std out? I think that means standard library. That's what it looks like to me. So maybe we should write this. Alright. Okay. Okay. So if we take this thing here, and I'm going to add all of this in here. So we'll go like that. And then we'll go like that. And we'll go like that. Okay, so let's just restart Okay. And what we got here? 167.15 on main.js. Okay, cool. So what I'm going to do here is comment that out, and then I'm just going to say gonzo.log finished. Okay, now here it's saying not found. Okay, so let's do a wee change or two. Here's okay. Let's have a wee look at Node.js. I want to look at a current version of the documentation here, you know. So let's just do that. We're going to look at docs, the latest one. Now here's a thing called HTTP. Okay. So HTTP request. Agent, auth, create connection, default port, family, host. False, local path, protocol to use. Ah, right, okay. Right, this looks like an example. So we'll try this one, right? I'm going to go to the request manager and we'll do this again. Okay. Now okay, query manager 418. Okay. So I think I know what that's trying to do. If I say something like post, let's say params is message hello world, and then I'll just say that should take care of that. Okay. That looks like Google. Alright. Now I'm a wee bit kind of concerned about this query string thing. So, what the hell is that? Alright, I think I'm going to use that query string because maybe it's an error for me to just make this assumption that this is what it's looking for. So it's saying query string dot stringify. Now what the hell is query string? I've never seen that before. Okay, so we need to get query string from electron. So let's do that. The code is horrible, but at least I'm at least I'm using excuse me. At least I'm using pure Node, you know, which feels a bit better, you know. All right, so okay. I think that, as horrible as that is, I think it works. Now, I am going to change a few things about this. So, for example, let's make it so that the host is localhost / Tongate Live 4. I think we would do something like that. Now let's just save that. Okay. Alright, now Moved permanently. Let me open up Postman here. All right. Okay, so I'm going to copy this thing. I'm going to assume that this is where I'm posting. I'm also going to assume that this is the data. So we have actually got some parameters here. So we can add in our params. Let's just say console.log json.stringify params. Okay, so there's the params, right? And it says page not found. Okay, now let's go to desktop app API. So that would be here. Gonna run this again. Ah, now look at that. That is 100% giving us what we would have hoped for. And again, it's a shitload of work, but I think it's worth it. Because now for the first time yeah, you see what it says body, it works. So we're doing these requests but without loading any npm stuff in. So I'll click this again. So there's our code. There's the result. And it says no more data in response. It really is unfortunate that that takes so long. That is as slow as anything. It's almost as if hang on. Let's do this again. No more data in response. Okay. It works. No more data in response. Why is it so damn slow? That's the question, you know? Why is that so damn slow? Right, let me try an experiment. I'm going to comment this out. And I'm going to take a wild guess. Let's do a thing like that. Let's see if we can speed it up here. No. Alright, back to the docks. It's the slowest shit ever. Ah, now that is doing a stream. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe that's the problem. So in the example, request end was called with request. One must always call that to signify the end of the request, even if there's no data being sent there. If any is encountered, okay, that is the most bullshit I've ever seen in the history of my life. Now there's a vibe called HTTP2 which has been created recently, but nobody's really using it. But let's just see. Okay, that's a load of bullshit. No. Alright. I'm kind of, well, let's actually just, before I give up on that, Node.js HTTP post request. Right. There has to be a way. Okay. So, as much as this was fun, okay, well, at least that was quick, you know? Certificate has expired. Okay. Now, are we able to say okay, wild guess here. Yeah, this thing is really slow. I think the node one is going to have a declaration of bullshit, unfortunately. And to me, it's astonishing, you know, that Node has not figured this shit out, you know. Doing an HTTP request is about the most basic thing that you can do, you know. And it's just the way it goes, you know. So right in here, I'm going to just say json.stringify params. The host is going to be localhost. Port's going to be 80. We're going to forward off. This is my last attempt at this. So we do that. We set up the request. Right, I'm going to give you my prediction. My prediction is it will work, but it'll be really slow. Yep, so look at the delay. Okay, so we gave it a try. It was a noble effort, you know, did my best. But unfortunately, Node is shit. Node is absolute shit, you know? And what can you do? You have to go and head in and sometimes just use that duff ecosystem. That broken ecosystem. Which we all know and love by the name of NPM. So now I have to get this request thing happening, okay? So what I will do is, with a wee bit of a heavy heart, but you know, that was not a failure, because I tested the stuff, and the stuff was not up to the job. That's not my fault, you know? That is not my fault. Alright. So I'm bringing in this request bullshit. So we say npmi, and what I'm doing here is bringing in a library, as you can see, depreciated. I mean, it's just the land of the bullshit, you know, but sometimes you have to just use other things, you know. Okay, we'll keep this junk thing open, and I'm going to go back to main, and here we are submitting our post request, and we're calling upon open primary window. Okay, so here we go. It just does nothing. So you can see that that's saying okay, right? Now I'm thinking that I'm going to close that window. Okay, let's close that window. Okay, so when we get our little command comes in for load the first window, we're going to take our intro window. And there you go. So it closed it, you know, that's a wee bit of progress, right? Here it is again. We closed it. Now let's go back over to our API as we move forward here. All right. Okay. Okay, so we're going to go to the bit that says load first window. And what that's doing is it's sending one of those post requests across, you know. Now I'm going to set show HTTP feedback to true. And it's going to show me what was happening. So okay, so on our request manager, I'm going to just say console.log target URL. Here we go again. So you can see that it's sending a post request here. Now I'm going to copy that. Go like this. Send. And everything about that looks pretty darn good to me. Okay. And that is running this thing here. Okay. So this is indeed running. Now, if error, I'm going to say console.log error vibe, and we'll chuck out that error. Otherwise, I'm going to say all is well. Okay, so I'm going to say here await, and then up here I'm going to say async. Maybe not. Oh, do you know what? Perhaps the issue is at main.js. Fucking weird. Yeah, I think it's as if I've structured this page incorrectly. Now hold on a minute. That's right. So body is await submit post request. And submit post request lives up here. Okay. Now I'm going to just say async. Is that going to work? Fucking hell, man. Do you know what? Start of HTTP, submitting it. It's as if it's behaving as if the code is good, but maybe there's something. All right. Okay. I'm now at the stage here where I'm beginning to think that this module's broken. Request 288. I'm really starting to feel like that, you know? .288.2 we've got. Now that was the one that worked. The new one. That appears to be 288.2 as well. Okay, so the only I'm really fucking annoyed about this, because it's the last thing I need is to get held up by Node saying, I don't know. Now, why is it saying show? All right. Okay, so I'm going to go like this. I'm going to go like this. And I'm going to just say resolve true. Okay. So it says body is true. Now I'm gonna try something. Right. Ah. Okay. All right. Load up error window. Okay. Now, let's go back here, and I'm just gonna go back to resolve through again. And so that is going to say cool, it went well, and we have true. Okay, so now is the moment where we go like this. That's bizarre. It's a big, giant delay. And it's funny how it's almost like it's quit the app, you know? Is that what this is about? Is it quit the fucking app because of the NPMI? Fucking hell, man. Is that what's going on? I think that package is just broken. I think that's what's happened here. So fucking hell. Fucking hell, man. And it's just closing it. It's just shutting the app, man. Okay, plan B then. Fucking hell, man. Well, at least that one works. So the question would have to be, what is it that makes that one work? What is it that makes that one work? Well, let's open it. "52 lines in the request manager here. And it quits the app. That is... do you know what? I know what it is. I know what it is. I've just figured it out. It says here, on all windows closed, app.quit. Let's take that out. It's something to do with that. Let me go like this. Aha! It was that. It was that. That is it. That is absolutely what was causing that. So, fine. Fine. So let's go over to main.js. And Yeah, let me be fair, that was not Node.js's fault what just happened, it was my fault. Alright. So here we are. So, okay. Watch page is not defined. That's cool. That's a happy little error message. We don't mind that. So let's go and find the bit that says watch page. Alright, and I think we're pretty much into the groove now. Alright. So here we go, finally. So now we're going to do this and we're going to say read page. And it's going to say, or read window is not defined. So at that point, we go here. And that, by the way, is calling process inbound action, which, again, I don't mind seeing the errors. I want to keep this app compact. Alright. So, process inbound action is what we are looking for here. And here it is. And now it's saying, is DB name available is not defined. And here we go. So now we get this. And it's saying now, DB manager is not defined. So that's good, we're definitely into the groove here. So we're going to load up our DB manager. Okay, so now it's saying DB manager is DB name available is not a function. So I was very tempted to look at inbound node stuff, but I've wasted a lot of time today, so I'm going to just do this quite quickly. Cannot find module MySQL. Okay. So for that one, we're going to go here. Okay. And It can't find the module, so we say npmi. That looks good. So here we go. So A1. Okay. And now it says invoke error message is not defined. Here's invoke error message. So invoke error message is going to live down here. Okay, so here we go. Now this is saying okay, so something happened there. App builder JS 128. Okay, I think that is an error on the website side of things. So what we can do is we can head up let me go here. Now here's a thing called App Builder. There you go. That's fine. So that was basically just the thing. And okay, that's cool. That's pretty cool. Right, so on TronGate Live 4, okay, we're gonna do a little thing called non-urgent tweaks. These are exactly what they say. So on app builder.js, do that. Alright, so we're looking good, folks. We're back on the road again, and you would never even know that this thing was an entirely different setup, you know. So we're going to take this out now. Okay, we're going to run this. Page looks like it needs a wee bit of work on the CSS front, but it's not too bad, you know. So we're going to go over to DB Manager now, and we're going to say the database name that you submitted is not available. Okay, so here we go. The database name that you submitted is not available. That's perfect. That's not an error, that's the thing doing its job. And if everything is good, then everything is good. Okay. So, back over to main.js. We then go back to watching this page again. And so what I'm going to do now is I am going to execute some JavaScript. Okay, so we're going to make up a thing that looks just like this. And around here, we're calling watch page, but I'm also going to call invoke draw file uploader. This is going to be a function that lives down here. And it's going to be called invoke draw file uploader. There you go. Now, for the moment, I'm going to just console.log invoke file uploader running. That'll do us for the moment. So just to get the flow right, you can see it says invoke file uploader running. Now this is a good point to open up the original app. So in the original app, okay, in the original one, when we create a new app and we go like this, and then we go like this, then this, then this, we get this page here. So we're gonna copy this thing here, and I'm just gonna copy that entire element, and over on the API, so here we are on the API, and we happen to have a window that's called home, and what we want is for this to appear. Okay, so it's going to be like that. Okay, so the key features of this are info, button text, maybe we should say info text. Nah, just info will be fine. Info, button, or button text, then a code to be generated by the API. So we could actually have an inbound code and an outbound code. Something like that. From the desktop app's perspective, that would make a lot of sense. So we could do that. And then we could also have now let's think about this. When this thing opens up, we've got an optional button. In fact, do you know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm in a hurry. Let's just make a custom feature. A completely custom feature for select new app location. It's kind of a special thing. I don't want to build an app that has the ability to navigate people's computers and add files here, there and everywhere. I'm going to just make this an app specific thing. So when somebody is on this, okay, what we're going to do then is we're going to go like this, and we're going to run a thing for execute JavaScript code. Now I am going to call this code run procedure. Let's just call it run proc. Okay, run proc, and it's going to send a code across with a title, and the name of the procedure in this case is going to be choose new app location. Good. So I'm gonna do that. I'm just going to say console.log have now invoked proc. Okay, good. So we're going to go to App Builder over here. And this is going to say run proc code. Now I'm going to say just alert code for the moment. Here we go. Okay, that's the old one. So CD, documents, that, electron dot. Okay, so we're going to say create new app, and it's going to be a neutron gate app. Okay. So that just says, ah, good, let's start the thing up again. And of course, what we want to do is choose let's say draw, choose app location. There you go. Draw, choose app location. It's going to take in a target window. And that's all it needs. So when we go like this, we are going to do that. Here we go. There you go. So now that the API has got that code, the API can simply draw the choose your app thing, you know. So you'll remember that I brought in some code a minute ago. So here's the code that I brought in. And so on App Builder, we're going to go like this. Now let me add in the most powerful of all things in computing. And of course, the most powerful thing in all of computing is the switch statement, as we know. And from here, we're on App Builder. I can feel the pace picking up. The funny thing about object-oriented programming is that it takes ages, you know? But once you have everything set up, then it just gets faster and faster, you know? So here we are here, and what we're going to do is we're going to check that code. And if the code happens to be this, we're going to say draw, choose, new, app, location. There we go. Okay, so that's a wee procedure that is unique to this thing. I'm going to go function, draw, choose, new app, location. Now, Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to empty the stage. Okay, so we're going to say empty element, and the stage is just going to be the stage. And then I'm going to say var new stage content equals, I'll use backticks, and I'm going to chuck this in. Now, by the way, empty stage actually does remove the object, which is good for performance, you know. Changing inner HTML is not good. What I'm doing right now is pretty far from ideal, if I'm being honest. Now we're going to go to this here. We're going to say stage dot inner HTML equals new stage content. So now choose a location for the new app. Wow. You'd never even know. You'd never even know. Okay. So what we're going to do now is oh fuck. How do I get the dialog box working for a plain website? Well, let's go back to the original. Okay. Now I'm going to go to main.js. Oh no, that's good. So we've got this dialogue thing here. It's called the dialog box, you know. And no, that's fine. That 100% works. So we do not have a crisis here. We simply are going to say on click, and we're going to say invoke choose new app location. Okay. So we say click to choose. Right, so let me just show you. We are now going to have invoke choose new app location. Now I think I'll call it submit choose new app location. Okay, so it's going to be submit choose new app location. Alright, so right down here it's going to be function submit choose new app location. It shall be remarkably similar to this thing here. So what we do here is we go like this. We set the page title to 1, and then we're going to say well, CD let's just see what the original one did. It's really cool how you don't know the difference, eh? So we say choose a location for the new app, we click it, and it says choose location. Now let's just look at that. Perfect. So we are going to create that precise same effect. Okay, so now we are going to head back over to the pleasure dome. We're going to run this thing. Choose a location for the new app. Okay. Okay. Now, you can see that it said read window now invoked. When I click on this thing, read window now invoked, and one of the things that happens when we do that if I take you to the bit for submit DB details, you'll see that we've got a thing called action here. And so I want to dot remove builder dot okay, on line 103, around about here. Right, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to build in a little thing here. And it's just going to be called remove local storage. Have I got this? Okay. You know what? Let's not even do that. Let's Yeah. Let's simply say that when we call this thing, we're going to say local storage set item action, and it's going to be that. Okay, so that's saying is DB name available, and again, well, when you think of it, that's actually saying what the other thing should do. So what it should do is, yeah, let's just say action is choose new application. Good. So back over to the main page here, and I'm going to search for the word read. So there you go. It says read window now invoked, right? This is a really, really important part of this thing, actually. And so we run process inbound action. And then this is where we get these bits and pieces. I can actually move this upstairs because it's such an important thing, this. I'm going to be using this quite a lot with this app. And the idea is that there's going to be a bunch of different things we do. These will be procedures that are unique to this particular app. Now, the technology does exist, you know. The technology does exist to make a kind of generic desktop app that does everything. But I feel as if it would be a wee bit unethical, because I don't want to have access to everything. It's just not my vibe. And I'd never get away with it with this crowd anyway. I'd get found out in a heartbeat, you know. So we're going to just have these procedures. Now, hold on a second. Main.js line 30 through an error. Okay, that's cool. Here we go again. So we go like that. We go like that. Choose a location. Choose location, and as you can see, it says ready to make choose nav. That is fantastic. Folks, what a great day. We started a wee bit slower than I would have liked, but we've made some really, really great progress. Am I even on here? So, that's good, you know. It's pretty good. By the way, did I show you the crypto thing that I've started building? We may, I think I'm going to go out and sort my cat. Axios is pretty good. Thank you, Jake. I apologise for missing your message. Aye. Jake, I must confess, I'm still a bit of a confused lunatic when it comes to all of that async await and promise chain stuff, but I really appreciate your feedback and very nice to hear from you. It's been a wee while. Right, so would you like to see the crypto trading bot that I've started and I've mapped out? I did it on Saturday. It just took a couple of hours, but I think it's the beginnings of something really cool, you know. Would you like to see? You know, the time delay that you guys have got is incredible. I'm looking here. I think you're about a minute, maybe a minute and a half behind me Mad. Anyway. This is looking really great because, like I say, what we're doing here means that we are going to have a V1 point infinity for the desktop app. It is possible and it's happening. Okay, I'll show you it, Tim, but there's nothing to see, what's the word? Visually. It's really just a wee coding concept that I came up with, and it needs a wee bit of work, but I think the general idea is good. Alright. Oh, thanks. Well, you saw it, I think, the other day, Stefan. There's nothing major that's happened to it. I've just been busy with this other stuff. But, if I go to... you've seen it before, but if you haven't, I'll show you the idea. So what it does is we open up Twitter and we log into Twitter. I am now logged into Twitter in this dark window in the background. And then what it does, if you look closely at the console, it constantly checks the page. This is Elon Musk's page, and it's checking to see if something has changed. Now it just so happens that Twitter, well, first of all, this thing is a joke. Give me a wee second here. Let me reduce the time. So set. Alright, let's go every 5 seconds. Okay, here we go. So what it's doing is it's opening up Twitter, it's logging in, it's going to Elon Musk's page, right? And every 5 seconds, you'll see a lot of changes at first because the page is just loading up, right? But every 5 seconds, it's asking the question, has this page changed? Now, at the moment, I've got it checking the entire page, and because there's adverts and all sorts of bullshit, there's constantly something changing. So it's looking at all of the code and seeing if something's changed, right? But it should be easy to just pinpoint the tweets feed here as a div and to ask the question, well, has that part changed? And if that part changes, then when something changes, we're going to run a wee procedure and we're going to read the tweet. And let's assume that Elon Musk says Dogecoin is amazing. That's where our second window comes into play, because this window is then going to log on to Binance. It's then going to borrow money. Seriously, it's going to borrow money from Binance. I think you can get 5 times leverage, and then it's going to buy the thing that Elon Musk is into, and it's going to place a trade within approximately 1/3 of a second. That's the app. But I'm finishing the desktop app before I focus on it. But it's pretty cool, isn't it? The concept is absolutely solid. I worked with a guy in New York that had a trading account of $20 million. It's a guy by the name of Kenny Glick. And I have a wee bit of experience in the realms of not crypto trading, but stock market trading. And I think that this is a beautiful wee system that could really, really work, you know. And of course, you could advance upon it and analyze the tweet and run it through sentiment, algos and stuff like that. We don't need to do that. But that's the basic crypto app. I hope you like it. I'm actually considering turning it into a course. I think I've got a course in me with this stuff, but first maybe I should get it working. Folks, I'm going to take a wee break and I will be back. I'm going to go and feed my cat and stuff like that, and maybe even just clean up. So with your permission, I'll leave something on and I'll just take a wee time out. Thanks again for being here, and it's good to see you here. All right.